The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. After our first dupe dream in Vintage Story, we came back to Oxygen Not Included. We then used our rockets to go to different asteroids. We went to a water-filled asteroid, a lava-filled asteroid, and we also went to a frozen asteroid to get our final crop. After going back and forth multiple times from the water and lava asteroids, we made our last and final endgame materials. While doing this, we also finished upgrading our main base, and also found both the Temporal Tear Opener and the Temporal Tear. After our second dupe dream in Timberborn, we came back to Oxygen Not Included again. We spent a while trying to get enough radiation to use the Temporal Tear Opener the wrong way, before ending up using Weaselworts. We spent time digging out more of the second asteroid, before finally using the Temporal Tear Opener and sending our first rocket of 4 dupes through the Temporal Tear. After our first rocket of 4 dupes went through the Temporal Tear, they ended up in an unexpected place. They found themselves on a frozen asteroid with new plants, crops, and 3 new critters. We spent time building a self-sustaining base and found out that if ranched correctly, each of the 3 critters fed into the next either by creating food for the next critter or food for the next critter's food source. We then radioed to our original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Up next, we went back to our original colony to prepare and send a second rocket through the Temporal Tear. Once the next dupes came out of the Temporal Tear, they found themselves on a flooded asteroid. Through many cycles, they made a self-sustaining base and ranched the new crops and some of the new critters that they found. They then radioed back to the original colony to tell them where we ended up so that they could change the destination of the next rocket. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Oxygen Not Included. So on the last stream we finished taming the hydrogen vent. It now at least puts the gas into an infinite gas storage and then starts powering the generators, which then power the rest of the base. Our salt water, we have it only going into an infinite liquid storage because we have not finished all the default water that was spawned in when we first started the save file. So once that's gone, we will finally pipe in from the desalinators. We also started upgrading all of our regular wires into conductive wires. That's getting slowly done. As you can see, there's a few things that are still queued up that we did not finish building in the last stream. We also started going through the polluted water, turning that into clean water, which is refilling this. So I think we did go through all of the clean water that was in the asteroid when we started, and now we're going through the polluted water that was just in, I think it was in a gravitas building that was right here. The gases up here are slowly going to the right as it slowly goes up more. We do have an electrolyzer that's still producing hydrogen into the area. So if we were to put that in a actual SPOM-like room, we probably wouldn't have that issue. We'll be doing that as soon as we figure out how we are going to be doing our actual base. We thought about moving Willow's floor to the first floor here, underneath our printing pod, and then moving all of the Bionic dupes, like housing related rooms, to be in the second floor, and then the crafting on the third floor. After that, I have no idea what the base is going to look like. On the left side, we prepared all of the tiles for the remaining 6 extra pip ranches that we're going to be having in here. We are going to try to do a full hatch sage hatch ranch, which requires for each hatch 7 pips. So we're going to have 8 hatches. Each ranch for the pips has 8 pips, so we just need 7 ranches. That should be everything. I was moving the bleach stone to a different area. I think we're throwing it into here. We'll put that on a 7 so they do it relatively quickly. That's pretty much all we're doing. We do have some bridges that are breaking. Those are the regular wire bridges. We're going to keep them as a wire bridge until all of the actual wires are done. Because if we upgrade that to be into conductive wire bridges, then the regular power supply is going to break. And we're trying to use the bridges as a backup area for it to break. Like, we know where it's going to break. It's not going to just travel across the wire and break in different spots. Something that Willow got me doing. There's a Jatini in chat if anyone wants the Gen 1 Pokemon. That turns into the pseudo-legendary Dragonite. Alright, what are we doing? We ran out of cobalt, so I don't have enough to do the middle wire here unless I dig more up. So I'm going to give them a few seconds to build all of the tiles that they're trying to get done, and then we will do more of the wire. Because right now we're not really destroying the wire. Actually, we are. What is taking so much power? Probably this whole system here, the electrolyzer. We're pumping polluted water, sending it through water sieves that are the same power draw as the pump. Then we're just dropping on the ground, having a second pump put into the electrolyzer. So that's 240 times 3, plus another 120. That's probably all this wire wants to do, and then we're doing other things on top of that. It looks like they did all of it, or a majority of all the tiles. I think when we're done upgrading this wire, we should be good enough to connect in the second power bank charger. And then I have to take a look at how many power banks we have, because we did take in, I think, 1 extra Bionic dupe since the last time we made the eco power banks. So I think we're going to need a little bit more. This is also completed, so I think I will box this in. I'm also thinking about how to make this a regular SPOM. I'm gonna pause for a second. Because if I go into oxygen included photos, I should be able to find the large SPOM and see how this is supposed to be working. We are going to make this a temporary functional SPOM. So I need all of that redone. Which means... Oh, I have this on destroy everything. Not what I meant to do. That may have put too much water in this area. Deconstruct those two. This goes over here. I want them to sweep up all this so that we don't have extra stuff in there. And it does look like we have way too much water in here because of the pipe breaking. So this may become flooded when we box it in completely. Next thing I want is a little dome over top of this. Which means we're going to want to sweep out both of those. We actually want the dome slightly higher, because we need room to put in the automation. Go like that. We'll put an Atmos sensor right here. Tiny bit of automation. Apparently we picked up more cobalt and started putting it through the metal refinery. And it looks like they built everything they can reach. So they should be focusing on this and upgrading the wires. Speaking of, I think we have enough cobalt now that that's queued up that we can finish off that. Yes! Once they do that, I will fix the bridges. How much are the bridges anyway? They're the same price? They are the same price. So it won't take too long to switch them out. What's in the pod? Electrical engineering booster? No thank you. And this is working perfectly. It is slowly getting hotter as this comes out at 95 degrees, but the more that gets put in here, the longer it's going to take for it to get to that temperature. Because it has to go through all of that thermal mass before it's ready. Now I did see that this is actually saying that it's going above the 2000 threshold of the conductive wire. So we might have to do a third transformer and wire in the base to be separated from stuff that's not part of the base. Because I think this is going to start breaking the bridge on top of what's already breaking. Let's go around and see if there's anything that we haven't discovered yet. I think this is the... Yeah, this is the AETN. So we could unlock that if we wanted it. We already know what that is, so that's something I don't like. Do we know what this is? Yes. I think it's funny that we haven't moved out of our starting area yet. You can get out of there. I don't know what's going on with Eduardo. Seemed like he was stuck in that spot. What I'm trying to do here is get the hydrogen to get stuck up here so that we can get this primed by just having hydrogen getting stuck. I am gonna have to put in the pipes and the electricals stuff for it. Let's go like this. Is anything above... No, we'll do 500. Anything above 500 grams, this will vacuum it out. That shouldn't create a vacuum in that spot. This I actually think I need up one tile. Yeah, so we can make a liquid dock. We're gonna need a pedestal with a little bit of water on it. I don't think we have it placed down anywhere. No, there's nowhere with it placed down. Let's go through and break these wires. Or the bridges, I mean. We'll do one at a time so that we still have power. So now this should be the only bridge it's breaking right now. Liquid, water, collect. Alright, they got the first bridge done. Let's destroy this one. That is going to disconnect it from the batteries. Put that back in. Now we should break less, but we're probably still going to break occasionally. I'll clean that up a little bit. Clean up all that. I want to move that water to right here, put a little tile there. As long as they don't move this bottle before I empty it. They moved it. Put that relocate back on. And it dropped where they can't reach, so now we have to build a ladder all the way down to it. You know, instead of doing that, I'll let them keep building the bridge, but what we're going to do is we're going to cancel the relocate and just do another pedestal. That might be faster than them trying to get to this. What's going on with these? Pipe blocked. Oh, because we didn't overfill with water. Why is somebody severely hurt? What happened to Stila? We definitely do need to separate some of our power network. Can I get all of that on one network? And then have a wire going straight down this side for the SPOM. No. For that. This is going to drop a bunch of cobalt down where they can't reach, so I do need that ladder system built in. I still didn't do the pedestal yet. Let's put that on 7, and I want them to focus on building a ladder so I can reach everything at the bottom. Remove the water. Relocate the water. This is filling up with hydrogen, just very slowly. I need to get to the point where we have hydrogen in this area. Like right now. I need that bottle moved. Let's see what we get in the pod. Spicy tofu. You know what, we'll take the food. A little bit more food for one duplicate to eat. Who's missing? Steel, who's up here? That is still an all edible, so we should be moving the food into there. Eduardo needs to have a additional booster slot, so do this one, and then he can have the swimming hack booster. So that if we go to build in water, they can all swim to it. Everyone else seems to have a few skill points, but I want to get their base set up before I get them maxed out on morale. Alright, they should be able to grab stuff now. They're able to get the iron ore from the bottom, so they should be able to get the cobalt as well. And I think I can turn off the cobalt ore for now. Alright, they moved the water. Empty the water. That should pour out to the left side. Meaning that it won't go back into the spawn when I destroy this. Next step is to build that tile, and hopefully the water won't move. It didn't. Awesome. Sweep that little bit of water up. If you can get down here, I want that swept. Now we're just waiting for this to fill in with hydrogen. It should all go upwards and not to the left. And then once there's no oxygen up here, it shouldn't do this weird bubble thing. This may take a while before it does that. Apparently there's a few kilograms of oxygen stuck up here. What if I just snip this off for a little bit and let the gases expand? Because there's 11 kilograms of hydrogen up here, so it should push itself down. There we go, it already did. Eduardo, you're gonna get stuck. That's done, that's done. Now if I get the hydrogen away from right here, the hydrogen should only go up here for now. I just need no hydrogen next to electrolyzer so it doesn't switch where it's going. Hydrogen is only going up there now. So that's going to become an infinite gas storage over time. It kind of already is. It's already at 7.2 kilograms. And climbing. Let's go through more of the power here. We are going to need at least one bridge here. Because this is going to be the new wire. But there, this is going to go straight down. And I have to figure out how I want this to connect in. I guess we'll have it connect in straight like that. And then we'll put another bridge down here. Want that deconstructed. We want to bring this over to here. And this is ready for the transformer that we're going to build. Cut that off. That should make that separate. If I add that there, and then a battery somewhere on this line, just to make sure it doesn't run out of power immediately. Transformer's done, so we can add that to it. So now if we look at the lines, potential load is higher than the conductive wire can handle, but that's if everything is running at once, and we're not going to have everything running at once. If anything... Actually, we're about to add in the second battery charger, so we might end up blowing the circuit a lot. Probably going to need transformers just for the battery chargers. Let's add in... Actually, let's not add anything. Let's take this off the power line. I can see how much we have. Start an empty... No, there's no way to empty it out. I guess we'll have to deconstruct it and place it back in. This has nothing in it, though. Then if we add this back in, should still have a power line there. It does. For a second I couldn't see it. And then I need to know how many empty eco power banks we have. Currently have 3 on the floor. So let me look at each duplicate as I find them. Eduardo has 1. For some reason, there we go. There's another one. Wubby has 0. Why are they the only... Oh, there you go. Dotterly has 1. So one of these 2 duplicates is going to have a whole bunch of them. Stila has 2. That makes the 4. Sanyar has 1 that's empty. So that's 5 plus the 3 we have that are empty, brings us to 8. They have current slots for 4 each. So we need to make another 12. And then keep that 12 charged. Of course, there is a skill upgrade that will allow us to give them another 2 each. So we're going to have to increase how many we have by another 8 per dupe. But now we're at least charging 2 batteries at once. Alright, I'm gonna tell them to sweep up everything. Because I think with us changing the wires, we may have a lot of debris all over the place. I don't think we have to worry about anything in the ranches. I think after they finish sweeping up everything, we will start doing the ranches at the bottom. So I'm just gonna tell them to dig out everything in here. I might as well put in the manual airlocks. What are we making these out of? That's out of cobalt. So there's one right here, so this should not be there. That's how this has to get built. Need a door there. A door there, but we can't place it in. And we need a door right here as well. Welcome in, Raiders! Regis, how was your stream? I know you were having internet issues. For those that don't know me, my name is Coded. On this channel, we play all of my games in a specific order to showcase mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter of medieval city builder games like Manor Lords and Settlement Survival. We did one on modern city builder games like Transfer Fever, like City Skylines, not Transfer Fever. And now we're on space travel, or we're almost done. Welcome in, Sophie. You just grabbed Laundry and now you're here. And then issues aside, got list of things to fix in OBS. Well, that's great. I know OBS is troublesome anytime you try to change something. So hopefully that goes well for you. This is not where I wanted that. I wanted that up one more tile. What we're doing right now is sort of a side story. It's part of our main thing, but it's not our main colony. We sent a rocket through the temporal tear, and now we're on an asteroid where all but Willow are bionic dupes. So we have one regular dupe, and then all the rest are bionic dupes. And slab of bacon, I don't know what that means. Welcome back, by the way. So we get rid of that. We're doing whatever we can reach first, and then we're doing the bottom range. We're trying to do 8 ranches of pips so we can feed, or sorry, 7 ranches of pips so we can feed 1 sage hatch ranch. Oh, Joppo. We'll take the mealwood. So right now we're preparing for the pips. I could set up all the doors. It seems like the majority of where I place the doors is available for us to use. Or to place. That's not where I wanted that door. Now we'd have one right there. Alright, that should limit where they can go for a little bit. They should be able to build this door through the corner here, but I'm not sure if they will. We do have to rearrange this after we pipe out all of this. We could make more room in here. So let's do that. If we deconstruct those 8 tiles, we'll have more room for water. Which means that we should go through this a little bit quicker. We should also pipe this all the way into here. Should be able to go straight up. And then go like that. We will need a way to get into here, so let's just build one tile there and deconstruct this wall, which means that I actually don't want this to go that way. I want it to go this way. There's already pipes there, so we shouldn't have an issue getting them over there. And even though there's a little bit too much oil in this one tile, if we can't get gas coming out of there, it'll just go over to the next one. Now I need this tile done first, before Willow tries to go to sleep and doesn't have a room. Okay, she still has a barracks. How are the power networks doing? This one's not doing too bad. Apparently have a grub fruit seed available and some sucrose. We have 4 available charged eco power banks. We have 7 empty power banks. Hopefully the boops are choosing the eco banks over using the metal power banks, which are single-use ones. Alright, that one just took one. We should currently not be able to handle all 6 or all 5 dupes, because I was told that each charger can only supply eco power banks for 2. So the 5th Bionic dupe that we have is probably not going to get the eco power banks. Oh wow, they did all this. Alright, I need to open all these first. Make sure they're all swept out. Because debris, like the seed that wasn't showing up there, can hide inside the door. This one, I guess, can get locked. We're gonna have to do the same for this one. We also need to put in the extra tiles and the door over here. And then I think we're gonna put a door right here and start blocking this in so we can get all the liquids in one area, or a smaller area, I mean. So I want this on a 6 because right now this isn't a ranch anymore. Okay, it looks like everything is out of this door. Everything is out of these doors as well. And as far as I know, I need to lock them before I deconstruct them, or else they won't become a natural tile. I don't think that's how they work, but for some reason, when I try to deconstruct them while they're open or unlocked, they don't turn into a natural tile. And it looks like this room is pretty much ready if I tell them to dig out everything else. Everyone take a sip. Slab of bacon did the cheers. This can be deconstructed. And then all of this, and all of this. I'll set this up to be deconstructed, but I don't think they can reach any of it. So that'll just stay queued up for a while. And the next thing I want to do is put tiles here and here. And then we start getting into where the water currently is. So I'm gonna have to find a new spot to put this water. We have to start moving everything out of here. First, let's do this, and this. One more tile right there. I think we are getting close to the defragment time, where every boop goes over to the beds and defragments for a little bit. Is that the schedule we're at right now? Yes, they are doing it now. So next thing I want to do is start building tiles in here to push the polluted water into a smaller area. I'm thinking that when we get all of this done, like, we're gonna also need a large incubation room that we will change the power spine. Maybe we'll do power lines going straight down the ladders, just multiple lines next to each other. We're gonna have a majority of our power draw for the base on the right side. And then I think everything on the left side is going to be for the ranches, which don't require any power at all. Except for when we get Dreckos, for a little bit of plastic. I think that would be the only reason for us to have electricity in our ranches. And this is just so I can get a gauge of how much liquid is in here without having to do the calculations and counting how many tiles there are. I don't know where we're getting the polluted water bottles from. We probably should make an actual bathroom for our one duplicate. And I think I'm gonna deconstruct this, turn it around, place it right here. Then I'm gonna deconstruct all of these tiles. Put this door there, and then put these tiles where the door used to be. We're gonna have to move the ladder over. So let's do that first before I put in the tiles. That way they don't get stuck down here when that tile gets placed in. Okay, that will allow us to do a couple more tiles, I think. It looks like we might be able to do another row of 6. Another row of 5, I mean. If anything, this door is going to get submerged. Yeah, it definitely went up. But those 2 tiles shouldn't get overfilled. They are, because there's a gas in there. The gas moved. And now we're just overflowing. Okay. Somebody get in there. Break that tile. We apparently don't have enough room. Now, where are we getting polluted water bottles? So this should go to 0. Masterwork artwork. We could take them. I don't think we have... No, we do have an art person. We're gonna reject all of them. So now we know we're about this close to filling in. If we come down here and deconstruct that, this water level should move a little bit because the gas will be able to escape. And I think if we do another row 2, we should be able to get all this out of here. So this room right now is 9 tiles. That's enough for that row. We could probably use another row of 9 in here. Can I cancel all of that and just dig through this? So I'm gonna build right there, and I should stop them right here and build 1 tile here first. Because I wanted to stop the water from leaking out. I could probably put the natural tiles in before we do all this. Let's do that. So I don't know if this is gonna leak or not. This leaked because we dug into it. There's too much liquid in there, apparently. I don't think we're actually going to be able to deconstruct a door. So never mind about this idea. Deconstruct that. If we do this quick enough, we should not have this break and all the water fall out of here. We're getting closer. Okay, I think we have enough room for all the water now. I don't know if we have enough room for all 3 of these. So we'll start with those 2. That should raise us up at least to the door. No, we can do another tile. Nice. Alright, so that should get us completely done this. Did we do the research for the bottle emptier? No, we did not. If we do the bottle emptier, we can just pipe in the polluted water directly into the water sieve, rather than doing this. Then we have to come down here and clean up all this water. If I put a tile there, we can just drop the majority of this water. And a tile here as well. Oh wait, we don't want to break that tile. We want to break the tile under the door. We're about to defrag again. It looks like they take in the gas right before they go to defrag. Yep. How are we doing on power banks? We have 6 empty eco power banks. We made all of the power banks that we need for all 5 of our dupes. So if this drops down to 4, we know that someone was correct when they said that a power bank charger is good for only 2 dupes. It looks like we have... Never mind, that was just how they were sleeping. I was gonna say, it looks like we have 2 tops that were stuck in the floor. That was just weird Ani shenanigans. I'm putting these 2 tiles here temporarily so that when we drop this water, it goes as far as it can and we can mop it up, hopefully. Once this is all completed, we are going to move this water over to here. Probably should get the basin ready for it. Which room do we need? 9 by 5. So I need to do this. Put ladders right there. Put this next to it. Next thing is going to be a mesh tile. It's next to the mesh tile. I want a bottle emptier just in case we get more bottles. And then I guess the rest can actually be meshed as well. Do we have a reason coming here? Yes, we do. This is for the teleporter, so let's put at least 1 ladder in. I wish there was a way that we could pipe in water into the supercomputer. I don't know if I said that idea before. And it looks like we're just barely making enough power. Because this smart battery is not staying full anymore. So it looks like we need to add in another hydrogen generator to the system up here. Which won't be too difficult after we set it up correctly. Alright, what I meant to do was not this yet. We want to put a pump underneath. Empty there. Then the pitcher. And we now have the ability to directly put polluted water onto the sieve instead of this other way. So we'll go over this. Why does it look like we're out of power? Pipe blocked. I think we ran out of sand. So this is going to be for polluted water. This is going to be deconstructed. So this should now immediately put it onto the line rather than having to pipe it or pump it up later on. And I need to find a way to get water supplied to the electrolyzer differently. I think we'll do that, and then we'll bridge over it like this to get into the metal refinery, which is going to be in a different spot. That can be deconstructed over time. So we need a way for water to get into here. So I think we'll do that. That'll mean that this prioritizes filling that in, so I actually want this to be a 50-50 split now. We don't want that bridge anymore, because I want to still be making oxygen. What's going on here? Oh, it's a leak. We go like that. We don't have a way to get power. I think if we do this, it'll connect in. So we're doing some nonsense stuff to get the water working correctly. This is kind of feeding itself. And then this, we don't want there. Bring that down. That will make this correct again. Deconstruct that. Disconnect here. And actually, we wanted to lower this one more time. Okay, so we just want to go straight down and then deconstruct everything else, and that should be the way we want to do this. Another blueprint available. We get some more sand for our water sieves. And then I think we're ready for our first prediction. So in the top left corner is the blue button. Is that going to give us a pair of tops, bottoms, buildings, decorations, or wallpaper? Yeah, 10 minutes to decide starting now. And soon we will find out what we're getting. Okay, this is ready to be deconstructed so we can get the water out of here. I also don't want water right here. This is for gunk, not water. And we also don't want this anymore. We do want this until over here gets enough water. And us not having enough generators is starting to affect us more now. So if I go like this, we can at least get another generator connected. With this last door, that should be everything. Meaning that all of the ranches are done. aside from the gunk that we're gonna put above the door. Don't know what's going on over here. Did I just see hydrogen get out of here? No, it's the polluted oxygen moving around. I should probably dig out a little bit underneath and box this in the correct way. Which would be to force the oxygen to go downwards before expanding outwards. That way nothing can move into here horizontally. Now, did I move all of the bleach stone? It looks like I did. That was another thing I kept noticing as I was doing all this. But it looks like I have everything correctly. I put ladders in where I don't want them to build or to place the trees. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do a mop. Let's look for any liquids. That's all correct as far as I can tell. There's a lot of polluted water in here. We definitely need to make a functional bathroom for one dupe. We'll take the food. So next step would be to get some gunk. So I want to not have gear bomb for a little bit. Oh, that explains where we're getting all the water. When you make gear bomb, it takes water and gunk, and then the water turns into polluted water. Alright, now this is creating an infinite loop. We don't want that to be infinite anymore. So we're going to cut that off. That should allow the spawn to work again. We get rid of those two pipes. This SPOM system is temporary, but we should probably now pipe in the desalinator. So I think we'll go downwards like this. We should probably make this out of insulated tiles. And probably want to bridge onto that as well, so that we're always getting rid of the refinery water first. And I kept destroying or canceling the tiles underneath the doors so that the debris would just fall. Then we don't have to worry about it. I also was trying to find all of the seeds that we have for arbor trees. Is this stifled yet? I think it is. So if we go down the seed and we choose arbor acorn, we'll see how many we have. I could also queue it up on the right side, but I think we're alright. I don't exactly know how many we need. I think we need 18, but I'm not sure. Right, because there's 6 more? Yeah, I definitely need 18. But the first thing I want is a little bit of gunk. And I think we need to wait another cycle or two. One more cycle until they go into downtime. But we can at least get the pips in here doing the arbor acorns. How many do we have? We are 1 acorn shy. So if I go like this is the easiest way for me to get the correct amount of acorns in each one. Is to put a storage bin and just set all of them to 3. And arbor acorn. And then I just copy that all the way down and deconstruct this one. Now, we are going to have to relocate a pip into each one of these. I should probably copy settings of that all the way down. But we should end up having 2 acorns right here, which we do. So next up, I want to sweep out each of these. This should also be queued up for clothing as well. Let's do all standard. And then if we go all the way to the bottom, we should get to liquefiables and stuff. Oh no, liquefiables is a standard. But we want clothing up here. Copy settings to here. Do another sweep because it looks like they dropped a bunch. Can deconstruct that bin now that everything's picked up. How old is this pip? Not very old. Let's relocate you to in here. So we should get some gunk at the end of today. We also have our prediction ready. We have 10 points in bottoms, and only 10 points. And it's unfortunately tops. It's a pair of gloves. When we go into our breaks that I can switch the laundry into the dryer for the final time, we will start the next prediction, have that going while we're waiting for me to come back. Queue up the remaining stuff that hasn't been taken out yet. Break into here. We're gonna need another pip. It says they're cramped. They are about half the age that they are able to grow to. Why does it say that this is unreachable? No, they're both unreachable. Is it because our rancher is in here? Well, there's our one gunk bottle. If I tell them to empty the storage, they should drop the bottle on the ground. They're going for iron ore, so they're still making the small batteries. We have some slime. I remember slime being useful for something. We are still hovering at about 4 empty eco power banks. So we do need that third charger. Like, we have one that they can pick up, but they're not going to do that until they need another power bank. Oh, we're getting slime from the puffs. Okay, can I put these in water? I'm pretty sure I can. You know what I should do? Instead of doing these 2 pips that are ranched, I should grab the pips that are not ranched yet, because they won't need food. And if I relocate those, that should be better for us. That also gets them out of these two rooms. So we're kind of cleaning up while we do that. I just need our rancher to stop doing random things. Yeah, there's the first bit. They should maybe not immediately place the trees. They should get them soon. We do have one gunk bottle. Put that right there. We are going to have to break into the ranch of the pips just so that we can empty the gunk. I want the igneous rock swept out and then the gunk emptied. And that should travel all the way down. Except for where I don't have the tiles ready yet. There we go. Gunk is where it's going to end up staying. Now we just come into each one of these and mop it out. I need to replace this tile. And then start placing in tiles everywhere underneath the doors. They did the first two trees in both of these. And we can start getting rid of all of the tiles there. And then mop up the final amount of gunk. And with that, we should be able to turn the gear bomb back on. Because I can pick up all this gunk and bring it back up there. Looks like this one already has an arbor tree also, so we can delete that. Once they place in the tree for this one... Oh, we should probably not have these in here while we're trying to set this up, or else we're going to slowly tame the pips. We also have some power over here. We don't need that anymore. They both only have one steed left. We shouldn't have any issues with them planting more seeds as we go down. But I'm starting to feel like this pip can't plant that seed. But they did it anyway. Never mind. That seed is planted. We can relocate this pip to the next one and open this. And then get the next one started. This pip is ready to come down here. We can actually do that while they're sweeping up. They're not going to eat anything that's in here. Get the igneous rock out from there, from the storage room. And I'm gonna get them to come in here so they can deconstruct all these tiles. They should have picked up that plant, but it looks like we just haven't done this in a while. So let's set everything to auto-harvest. There's a tree right here. That's our final seed. I don't want to queue this up until we have these done. Otherwise, we'll end up moving those 3 seeds down to here. We don't need this anymore. It kind of looks like they already did the seed right there. They did! Look at that. But we have a buried object in here, so I must have had something in the door when I deconstructed it. So let's rebuild this door. Actually, if I cancel this... It's not going to hurt the ranch to have it opened. And then we grab manual airlock. Of course, they're going to place the tree seed in. That seed's going to be dug out. I need this to be relocated up to here. Are they focusing on sweeping over building? I thought building was first. Yeah, supplying and storing is after building. Tidying is before building. Okay, this is probably a tidying command. Let's put all of this onto 4. So that they do this stuff first. There's that last seed for that pit. We deconstruct this, now that should be not having a buried object in it. We're gonna have to find a different way to get in here too for the iron and stuff so that I don't drop it in this range. That was made out of aluminum. That's not what it was supposed to be made out of. That was supposed to be cobalt. I guess because we didn't have it dug out before I placed it, it didn't say that we had the cobalt for it. I don't know, but what I do know is that we are defragging, I think, or about to. We have another blueprint we can look through. Ranching booster. We're probably going to need another rancher. This is going to be for any sublimators and sweep only. So now I'll be able to sweep up any oxalite or bleach stone. This is crazy looking. I should probably also cancel deconstructing that and copy settings to here. And there's an arbor acorn right here that I'm going to relocate to right there. Hopefully that'll get done before they pick up more seeds. I also never finished adding this in. We build that, then we have infinite water source. There's a Machop in chat if anyone wants that Gen 1 Pokemon. And I'm also going to tell them to rebuild those two stables. We'll do this one too, but after the pip gets taken out. There's those liquid pipes working together. We're getting about half a pipe. And two of these are running. Nope, now we're getting a full pipe, so one of them was not currently running. So it's a little bit under full packet of water in each pipe. Okay, so they haven't moved the seeds yet. If we take all three of these and relocate them to right here, then it won't matter what seeds they take from because they'll all be in the same spot. Oh, the pip took seeds out of there. Lock that, open this. The pip already put in one seed. Let me make sure there's nothing else in that bin. I also need this to be one seed, not three seeds. I'm gonna increase this to 5. And then relocate the seed up here. That doesn't drop the seed. If I go down to 4 and then just re-click that. Can now put the seeds back up here. They still haven't done the door yet. Why haven't they opened the door? They are starting to get hungry, so they're probably not going to last much longer in health. Actually, their age is about half for that one. So they're about half their life expectancy already. And this one is planting the seeds very quickly. If they could do the door sometime soon. This pip's already done with the seeds. I don't know what's going on with the store, they're not doing it. It says unreachable. How is this unreachable? Everybody can get in there. That was weird. Hopefully... Oh, maybe they can't unlock it from up top. No, I've seen them unlock it. But the only thing I was waiting on is to make sure that this wasn't a buried object tile. Once these pips are done, they're ready to be actually ranched. We're gonna need to start putting the incubators in, so I think I might put all the incubators up here. That might be a good use of the space. So I think when the pips are done with these areas, we will take our only break. Start the second prediction. Now the pips were doing things very quickly and all of a sudden they stopped. That one just did the seed, so we can get rid of this ladder. Now we're just waiting on 2 seeds to be planted. Do they automatically get set up for auto harvest? They do not. Okay. Pip planted plants are not automatically auto harvestable. Alright, so up next we have to figure out how we are going to move everything around. I think what I'm going to do first is move all of the non-bedroom related stuff, which is this little rectangle here. I'm going to move that all into one line, because most of that's just crafting related things, and a little bit of research. We'll make this the Bionic dupe bedroom area. This is going to look a little weird, because it's going to be 2 blocks above this. Let's add a floor through most of that. We're gonna need power to most of this. First thing we're gonna need is the rock crusher. We won't need the skill scrubber again, I don't think. Unless we want to get rid of everything that Willow is able to do. Then I guess we'll do the smart storage with the crafting thing. So it'll be here and here. Then we have the soldering station. And I'm gonna put a bin next to that. Another one of these. We'll grab the barbecue. They were on downtime. I was wondering why they weren't building anything right away. This pip is now done, so we're gonna relocate this pip to up here. It may not get enough food, or food at all. This one says 8 critters, so I don't want to place them in there. But if I add that to this... We're just waiting for this last pip to do the tree right here. Maybe I can't do it because of these. Hold on. I think these two trees are too close. If I'm right and the pip takes that seed now, we'll have to re-put another pip in here. Oh wait, it's not too difficult to put the seeds back. I don't think we need to get rid of this tree too. There we go, they put that seed back. Let's relocate you into here. I'm gonna leave this pip here because we're gonna have to dig that seed out and have it be replanted. Oh, the rock crusher is 4 tiles. I thought it was 2 or 3. So I need to move all these wires over 1. Deconstruct the rest. Okay, then we have storage bin here, here. This right there, soldering station in the middle of that. And then we have automation, which I don't made out of aluminum. I want the knot gate, but I want it out of aluminum. Wait, was I doing the storage bin for that? No. I don't need a smart storage for this. I don't know why I was doing the smart storage. This can be a regular storage bin. This is just to hold the empty eco banks. There's no need for this. Empty eco power bank. Put that on a 7. I have a little bit of automation right here. We're gonna do the same for this area. That's not what I want to click on. This is. Put that there. Now I want to copy settings to all these. Deconstruct all this. I don't think this is set up for anything. It's not, so we can just deconstruct that now. They got rid of it before I was able to click on it. I want this to be iron forever, and that should be turned off right now. It is. Rid of automation up there, get rid of... we're gonna get rid of the power on that whole thing. And then comes when we have to decide on if we're gonna do a 4th transformer. I think I'll just place it over here. That'll make this look a little bit better anyway. So it's going to be a transformer leading into a transformer for a moment. So that's not connected to that one. And then I want to move this stuff around a little bit. So there's going to be a bridge right here. And then that comes up there. Well, that's going to be the second one. And that's going to come all the way down. This one right here has to somehow get to that, so I think we're going to just bridge up and over and then come back down. Which I can't do right there. Because we already have this bridge. And I don't think there is a bridge for conductive wires. Or heavy wrought wire. No, there it's not. There's a joint plate. That's not the same thing. So the only other thing I can think of doing is bringing this up and over. Which makes things a little bit more complicated. But that should mean I can disconnect that. That is for this section. Which I think instead of how I have this currently, I'm going to come down here. Get rid of this. Put the battery in here. That should stop this weird shenanigans things going on. Next thing I'm going to do is a bunch of wires in here. Don't know what's going on there. Oh, that's right, this is 2 tiles. Do kind of need to lower this a little bit. If I lower this by 2, this would be below that tile. I'm gonna need to cut that off for a second. Now we're going to need to get rid of this. We're not going to be able to get in here for a little bit. So here on the left we put the pitcher pump. This gets moved down to here, which is already in power. They probably can't get down here yet. I deconstruct both of those. And then the ladder is going to be moved to actually being on this side, and it allows us to get all the way down eventually. And this can be not deconstructed, but changed. Battery can be deconstructed though. Do we have a battery? This is the main power spot, so yes, there is a battery on this. Blueprint, crop tender. We'll wait a little bit. We're gonna put 3 of these in here. And I'm gonna have to probably bridge each one over so that we don't accidentally connect into this power network. But there's also gonna be a battery to the right of that to keep them in charge. We'll bridge there, we'll bridge here. We don't have another bridge on this to make sure that they don't lose power. Let's go right there and deconstruct that wire. This has a battery. That does not have a bridge, however. That's all 4 of them with a bridge in some form, so that if something breaks, it goes to the bridge only. Then we just need bridges. Actually, we only need 1 bridge. So we can do that. Empty here. So I'm gonna move to there. And not let water go through here. If I sweep up all of that, they should go through cleaning it very quickly. And then this should have the empty eco banks, which is then picked up by the auto sweeper and immediately put into the charging. Looks like that's working correctly. Let's get rid of these. And then we just have the 3 rooms here. The lab, which is too small by 10 tiles. And then these two buildings. Which is not going to have the apothecary. That's going to be added to this room, which isn't actually a room. So let's get all these in. I need 32 tiles. So that's space. So that means this goes here. And actually, I think we're getting a little too wide. Let's try shortening this area. We could move the SPOM. I think I'll wait to do that. So instead, let's come down here and do 32 tiles here. Which would be there, which means that this has to be the door. And then all it needs is two buildings. Which changes how this is going to be. They can build that one tile, I can disconnect this. Destroy those. And then we're gonna have a temporary ladder here. Actually, I want some of these. Alright, this is gonna be... I guess the hospital. Which just needs enough room to have all of this stuff in it. Which is apparently 32 tiles. I'm gonna move this to the other side. That doesn't get powered, so the apothecary is just gonna come down here. Actually, no, we were gonna have a part of the bathroom. Never mind. We are going to get a little bit of uranium out of this. Also a little bit of cobalt. Speaking of down here, I need a way to get over to the right side. Let's dig a way over there. And then we'll also get this cobalt that's been sitting here for forever. I don't think we need any of this stuff anymore. If I'm right, we shouldn't need this anymore. They can use the four metal power banks, but after that they should just fill up on eco power banks. Looks like I'm right so far. I should probably make 4 more so that we have 4 being charged. Or should I have 3 being charged? Let's make 3 more. That way the 3 in the charging ports aren't the ones being waited on. Like, they don't have to wait for them to be done. The only other room we still have left to find a home for is the massage clinic. Which, after we start doing the room for the homing for Willow, we won't really have to be worrying about morale. We have to find a way for Willow and the Boops to go through a nature reserve. It looks like the 2 pips that were in this room died. No, actually we didn't move them. So you need to come down here. This one is 57, so they're both 57. What's up here? We'll take the brine. Copy settings. This I want to be set to just 1. So that when they're finished this, they no longer make it up here. Dig this up and hope that they place this tree first. I think this pip's coming over to dig it out, or to plant it, I mean. I might have to move the seed out of the area that they can reach. If I just relocate that to the other side of the door, they won't be able to plant it again. Then this pip is forced to do it. That's all of that. I don't think we're gonna need the massage clinic. Especially if I sweep up all the stuff that's on the ground. Let's try making a great hall. Requires a decor building and a recreation building. The way I usually do it is having a decorating dupe put a sculpting block. Let's do some research on them. We will get this one. And I think while they're doing that and sweeping up everything, we're going to take a quick restroom break. So let's do the start of the second prediction. Is the little blue button in the top left going to be another pair of tops or bottoms, buildings, decorations, and wallpaper? Guys, I have 10 minutes to decide starting now. We're going to go into our beer back scene, and I'm going to have the game opened on that scene once I check to see they did do this tree. Move that seat over, relocate this pip to up here. If we're lucky, this pip will plant that tree quickly, and then I won't have to wait until we raid out, or go into our bareback scene. We should be able to tell when it's going to do it, because it'll just walk over to the seed without stopping. There's no other plants nearby for it to not like. I think it's going to do it now. And it did it. Okay, let's relocate this pip up to here, its final resting place, where it may or may not have trees by the time it starves. So anyway, let's go into our beer back scene, and the steam turbine, or steam pump broke. Because this guy got too hot. So we're gonna have to come back in here before we run out of power. We're gonna need plastic. Alright, this is our next problem. Go on our beer back scene, I'll be back in a little bit. And we're back. So we got the research done, we swept up everything. Looks like we have another thing up here, just bonbon tree. We'll take that, I guess. Now we have the large sculpting block, which I'm going to place there. And then, I don't know how many bionic dupes we're going to have. How big can I have this room? It can be a max of 120 tiles, so I could make it the size of the stables. So let's just start with, I guess we'll just put all 5. And then we'll take another sculpting block. And then we'll put in the water cooler. And then another sculpting block. And then we'll add 5 more. We're going to get rid of this massage room. Right here underneath the water cooler is going to be our gas event thing. And then this is prepared for another 5 boops. We apparently already have a decorator. None of that. Sweep up all this if we can. Then I think I'm going to move this to the outside here. Just so it affects less items. I am debating on putting the Dreckos right underneath the pod, however. Which would mean moving the storage somewhere else. So far we've got 3 different sculptures, however. Usually they are not different. 8 empty eco power banks in storage. What's the max that we could have? 23? 23 times 20 would be 460. So if for some reason these stop working, we don't charge anything. All the eco power banks are going to be in this storage bin. Alright, I think we're going to move the SPOM up here. And we might even make an actual SPOM instead. How many dupes do we want? I think I might just make a small SPOM. And I think all those photos are on my phone, not on the computer, so this is going to be a little bit more awkward to do. Especially since none of them are on my phone. Did we do the outcome for the prediction? We did not. We have 10 points in tops, 30 points in wallpaper. Let's see what we get. We did get tops the last time. We do usually get the majority of predictions as those. As a shirt or gloves. Except for this time where we get boots. although I'm pretty sure we've had these before. I'm taking all your points. We'll start the third and final prediction in about 40 minutes and then open it at the end of the stream. Now I am looking for my images of a small SPOM, and I think I just found it. So let's start making this up here. I think I might just do it right above the water plant here, because I don't think anything in here is going to go bad. So let's do... Do I want to start it over here or over on the left? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's actually the width of this. I kind of like that look. Alright, if you guys know Echo Ridge Gaming, this is from one of his playthroughs about like 2-3 years ago at this point. He started making the videos of what I'm making now when I started driving the school bus. Actually, no, not when I started, but in the middle of it when I was doing Amazon. Now, in the images that I have 2 separate Atmos sensors for these. I'm going to do that again. Just to make sure it all works the same. Yes, I did work at Amazon for a little bit, Gino. There was a portion of time at this point 4 school years ago that I had quit driving a school bus because of the management in my hometown. Tried working at Amazon, and then I was a delivery driver. They started sending people out to my runs while I was doing it, and the person would be sent as though they're trying to help me with me being too slow, even though I wasn't. So they would end up taking time away from me, and I was promised a certain amount that they were not keeping up with. So I ended up quitting Amazon and going back to the school buses, but up here in Harrisburg. And that's where I'm at now. I think I started streaming the October after the year I came back. I think I was driving for a school year and then I started streaming. And we've been doing this for almost 2 years, so I've been up here for 4 years after Amazon. Alright, with this, we can only have 2 pumps on 1 pipeline. And this is probably going to cause an issue because I can't get to here. So that's going to have to be the first pipe. This is going to have to be the second pipe, and the third is going to have to come up out here like this. Or it could bridge it over and have it still come out the same way. I think I'll do that instead. We'll go like this. Because you can't pipe in a gas or a liquid to an output and then continue. It won't work that way. So you have to bridge it on after the output. You can do this the pipes here any way you want. And these are gonna have to be set to anything above 888. I'm also going to want a cooling loop. How am I going to ranch Dreckos temporarily? I think I might turn this room into a Drecko ranch. It already has the hydrogen. We have very little out here. So if I actually take a second here, and instead of sending the hydrogen into here, we're going to cut this off. Bring it back up, and I'm going to put it in an actual storage bin. Right here. I did take it off, so I can actually disconnect all this now. And then they'll just keep sucking up stuff until hydrogen gets here, and then the filter won't know what to do with it. That's going to give us more for in here. And what I want to do is make it so that the Drecko can only be up here. So there's going to be a little bit of setup. I need 96 tiles. That's 96 tiles right there. If I do that, deconstruct this and put a door right there, we would have 96 tiles. This egg is going to have to be relocated to somewhere up here. And just so we have room for this, we'll make all these ladders. The ladders are going to be temporary because we're not going to need to come up here. Everything we're going to need is going to be at the bottom. We are going to need tiles for food. Pretty sure it's 5 tiles for Dreckos. But I also feel like I'm wrong with that idea. Let me get this opened. It is 6 tiles, not 5. So I need a 5th one. And that leaves just enough room for the shearing station. Which I think I'd rather have on the right side now that I'm building it here. So let's deconstruct these 3 tiles and replace them with regular tiles. Why does it look like the egg was cancelled or relocate? Shearing station right there. We need a grooming station over here to make this a stable. And then we also actually don't want that placed in yet. Sweep all this up. Except for the egg. This is going to be mealwood. they need a food source. And then we don't need any of this. And we're gonna need that other Drecko that is stuck over here. They should be able to reach nearly every spot in here, but just in case they can't reach up here, we'll place a ladder there. And we'll grab that and go in here. Oh, that's another thing I didn't think of. We need a spot for a drop-off. Also, this is not 96 tiles there. We need to shorten this and make it wider. So we should really bring it to out here. We still need to get that other Drecko, though. Where did I hit the relocate to? I did bring it all the way over. Okay. So we also want this egg, if I can click on it. Where is the egg? I mean, I can see the egg right there, but for some reason I can't click on it. Chlorine gas, phosphorite, balm lily. That's not including the egg. I think I have to dig this out and then I'll be able to pick it up. Yep, there we go. Somebody is lashing out. Who is Willow? Why? I guess we do need that massage clinic. Alright, how big can the massage clinic be? 64 tiles. This is 40. We're just going to place it back in right here. I think it's in medicine. Yes. I'll do that for now. Our temperatures are getting quite hot in this area, I just realized that. Our two cold areas are not cooling us down as much as I needed to. Willow should go onto the massage table. Or they're gonna come down here and break this tile. Until they fall asleep. I don't think they broke anything else. Doesn't seem like it. Make sure that all these plants are harvestable. And down here we just need them to do these. Which I don't think they're going to do this, because I don't think they can dig out the Nosh bean with a tile being next to it. I'm hoping that the Dreckos don't go into that little room. There we go. Let me dig out that. We can dig this out. So we need to deconstruct this and move the floor up. This does mean that the ladder is going to be in a weird spot, unless I move it out. I think we'll move the ladder to over here. Which means that I actually have to go another to put this here. Get rid of this. I think it's defrag time, that's why they're not building anything. It's about to be. In here, I don't know what knits are. Knit egg. Do we get something from them when they die? Knits are hostile airborne critters that primarily bred as food for carnivorous Laura plants to produce amber. Their offspring must be exposed to liquid in order to survive, so they're just gonna die. Okay, so they're kind of they're a mosquito. Only there's a plant that eats it and turns it into amber. So when they hatch, nothing's gonna happen. Where is Willow? Oh, she's eating. Okay, I don't think we need to look at this. We don't need to look at the metal power banks because we went through them all. Ice, I don't think we need to worry about. Cobalt and cobalt ore, we do want to worry about. Arbor acorns, we don't need to worry about. And then aluminum. Everything else we do need to know. Bleachstone is so we know where all the pieces of bleachstone are. Put that right there. We need all those tiles. Well, we really only need these top two or top three. But I want to make sure that we push the seed out to a point where we can actually grab the seeds. And they're actually saying they're too hot in here. So this is not going to work. Although we are getting cooled down from this biome over here. So it might end up working. If we insulate underneath. Let's do that. Let's move all those out. This door is gonna make sense in a minute. So that's all 6 of them. Then this is gonna be the new door, which means the ladder's gonna move over at least 1 tile. Let's dig all of that out, then we can deconstruct all of this. We're gonna want a temporary door right there. Actually, hold on, we can just put an insulated door there. If we had the reed fibers. So we'll go back with the pneumatic doors. Why am I trying to deconstruct that when I can just wrangle? No, I can't. I can, however, just deconstruct all of this and wrangle Dreckos up there. So with that placed in, we can get rid of this. Move this door over 1. Critter drop off. I don't know how this is a stable. But stables need the taming thing. A ranching building. This counts as a ranching building. Okay, this should become 96 tiles. Actually, it already is, because this door is down 2 tiles. And we actually don't want the critter stable. The ranching stable. So some of them are cold enough. I opened up this door so that the gas can exchange heat more than the tiles. So if we look at temperature, we should see that this is cooling down a lot quicker. And if we start changing all of these tiles into insulated tiles, we should have even more thermal regulation from this. I could also dig all of this out. And that would also help move the heat from these tiles away from us. So we should see that that heat in this area is dispersing a lot quicker. This is going to be Dreckos droplet. 8. We're going to need a space for the incubators. Let's move this door down. Oh, you know what? We could just add doors throughout this entire thing. We're, however, going to be placing incubators in here. So we are going to need more cobalt. We're going to need at least 4 orders of it. Because each incubator is 200 kilograms. Hi, Mama. What are you doing? They're saying that's unreachable, so I guess we have to dig out that abyssalite before we can build it. Which means that I can just go like that. Now, it is saying that they're already getting fed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made the little bit of phosphorite right here. So I think we're good to actually have that grooming station here to actually tame them. Now, all of a sudden, it's saying that they're not in a stable. Maximum size is 96 tiles. Alright, we want to move this door up there. This is going to be something going on in the background while we wait. We already have our cobalt ready. Get our 2 incubators in. We're doing 2 so we don't have to power them. We're also going to want a power source over here for this. Let's do a power source down here. How much does this require? 60 watts. We are only going to need a little bit of power. So do running wheel, battery. We'll go like that. That will allow us to groom them so we can get some reed fiber from these guys. And then when they give us Glossy Dreckos, we'll get plastic instead. We are slowly keeping up with how many eco power banks we have. Debating on extending the tile and insulated tiles over to the doors just for aesthetics, instead of using the abyssalite, which does the same thing as the insulated tiles. Don't think I want to do that, but I kind of do. Take that hexalin fruit as a food. I'm starting to think that we need to change this into a bathroom. We can do that fairly easily. We already have some of the pipes in. Let's change them to insulated pipes. And we actually want this to go down afterwards. And this is going to be prioritized on the line. We're also going to want a pipe like this. So we could put the polluted water on here to prime the area. I'll wait until everything's built before I start deconstructing these. I don't want Willow to be stuck without a toilet in the middle of the day. And the amount of extra water we're going to be getting from this should be fairly small compared to how much we can process through this into the SPOM. Alright, we'll wait for the next day, and then we will turn these into plumbed toilets. What we can do right now is change this to being polluted water. And I don't think I actually wanted this being plumbed in there. This was supposed to be an out, not an in. I think that's gonna change after this. No, we need to put a direction on this. So we're gonna need 2 bridges. So I can tell this pipe to not bring water in. Alright, this should work over time. We could turn this into an infinite water source just to make sure that this water stays flowing, but I think we'll wait. It is the next day, so we can come in here and tell them to destroy both of these. Sink there, and a toilet here. Oh, I wanted to place it. There we go. What do we have microchips up here? So now Willow has a toilet up here. And they should slowly go through the polluted water. Especially if I relocate it to being on the same area. Right, in here we want the Dreckos. We also want to block this off so that if they hatch and get out of here, we don't have them travel down here and get out of range of us being able to pick them up and move them back in here. This should also be set to 8 critters. Alright, that'll make us Glossy Dreckos over time. If I look at them now, this one's at 14%, this one's at 3%. So they're getting there. I also don't think we can shear a wild Drecko. I can't tell if this is tamed visually. It is wild, so I guess you can. I just don't know why they didn't do this one yet. So anyway, while they're doing that, let's go back to this. Let's get more cobalt being made. Let's do 10 orders of cobalt. That'll give us a ton. Literally. And I'm thinking about moving this here and making a storage bin for the deer bombs. I'm also thinking about changing this to have both empty and full eco power banks so that they're not on the floor. Alright, can I tell what these are labeled as in terms of where they would be stored? I don't think so, so I'm just gonna type it in. Medical supplies. I mean, that makes sense because you're making it in a apothecary, but I still wasn't expecting it to be in medicine. So this shouldn't back up the toilets because we would be going through the toilets first. Let's change this down to being 1,000 kilograms, and then we'll see if this gets filled. Now I was making all of that cobalt so that we have wires. Let's go this way and up, and here. Down here, all the way over to that. That seems correct. Let's do one tile there. And no. No tile there. We're gonna need to do the pedestal trick again. I should really just keep the pedestals in one specific area, and I never seem to remember to do that. Let's put them right there. See what's in the pod here. Construction. We'll take the bomb lilies. We're not really in a stable place to accept more dupes. Our water's going to be supplied from the right, which goes to the left side of the electrolyzers. So we'll go to here. This was supposed to be insulated. I'm also going to need a bunch of aluminum. Okay, for this we only need 2 little things of water. And this needs to be switched to sage hatches, and not the rest. We are cutting off our access to this mealwood, but we have a ton of food. Uncooked meat and the meal lice. We have a lot of excellent fruit. Alright, electrolyzer. We'll just grab down here. Now this is not the waterlogged SPOM setup. Because we're doing a small one, I don't feel the need to do multiple of these to make an infinite source. I also don't want to run through our water as quickly by doing this. Sweep all of this up. We should have at least one bottle, we do. Let's move this. Move this to right here. Then we're going to open it. Some of these are critical power level, but that shouldn't be... Oh, we've run out of power. Yeah, that's not good. We need to be able to get in here and fix the steel pump. We do have a little bit of oil that I can move up to here and create a small liquid lock. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. But bringing the water over. I don't know who's moving it, so I'll have to just move both duplicates so that they leave it and I can empty it. It is going to make a mess, but we can mop up the mess. Oil has been moved, so let's empty that as well. And now we need to get into here. The oil should never get hot enough to stay changed. Actually, it will. This goes up to 500 degrees. But for a while, it should be fine. We need to deconstruct this, not fix it. If we fix it, we have to keep spending steel on it, rather than just deconstructing it and replacing it. Now, steel is going to have to go onto the triage cot, which is down here. Eduardo should be fine. I need Eduardo to get out of there. There we go. Research, we're going to need the steam turbine, which I'm pretty sure requires radiation science. We do have a little bit of radiation stuff that we can do. We have some... Oh, we have 2 duplicates. Not on. I think we'll be okay for a little bit. We are starting to get all the generators back on. We also don't need this running anymore. We need them to empty this pipe, so I think we're just gonna deconstruct the pipe. And that's just for vanity reasons. Once they build that, we can get rid of this. Let's just do it now. And prioritize those two. Our hydrogen vent, unfortunately, is dormant, so we may run out of hydrogen again. Hopefully we don't. We should be charging the batteries again, so slowly we'll catch up. Actually, it looks like we already did catch up. There's no duplicate that does not have power right now. So let's continue this. Put that right there. We're gonna put one of these right here. Automation. And then power. And it's gonna go up to here. That's going to be 2 transformers. So this here is the top of this room. I think what I'm going to do, just to make sure that this gets hydrogen up here, is to delete that tile. I'm going to add a ladder right here. That'll mean we only require one way in. No, it won't. We'll need another way in. So let's go right there and put the bottle in there. We are doing pretty good for just 6 duplicates, though. Eduardo is very hurt. Do we have somebody assigned to this? We don't. I'm gonna let Eduardo finish off his loading bar, and then I'm gonna put him on here. There is a wheezing in chat if anyone wants a Gen 1 Pokemon. Bring him down here. And it's time to do, or at least start, our third and final prediction. So, is the little blue button in the top left corner going to give us another pair of tops or bottoms, or buildings, decorations, wallpaper? Because I have 10 minutes to decide starting now. After those 10 minutes, we will open the prediction at the end of the stream. Now, I know we did not finish both research things. No, we're still in supercomputer research. We'll take curative tablets because we're not making them. Out of power again. It may be time to turn this back on. Now, because this is a kind of like life support thing, I'm going to put on a 7, just like we would if we were cooking right now. I hate how the person who makes the battery gets the first one, instead of the person who's about to be incapacitated getting the first battery. Sanyar should be getting the battery before Wubby, but for some reason, no, it wasn't Wubby that got, before Dottery. Sanyar is researching. They should stop researching and get the power. Although now there's 3 dupes, two dupes now. They're at critical. We're very quickly filling this in. What's the matter, little boy? What do you hear? You gonna go sleep? Or are you just gonna sit here right next to me? They're almost done that last research thing. I'm going to extend this enough for us to get the research room in. We should have had that unlocked for a while now. We don't. So when they're done this, we're going to switch into the radiation research and then get the red bolt reflector as well. We could switch into that now, but it's not going to do anything for us if we switch now rather than later. We are getting an extra amount of metal power banks. Our SPOM is turned off, so we need to put a way for us to run on wheels for the SPOM. How many wheels do I need for this? 240, 480. Is this 600? It is. We could move this battery thing down to here and have wheels and a battery. That way we still have the SPOM going. Apparently we're out of cobalt. We'll do just one order of cobalt so that I can make sure we're not using too much power for unnecessary things. Looks like we finished the research that we could do. So let's get these two going. I'm pretty sure we're gonna need 3 tiles, space, and then 5 tiles, but I'm not sure. We're definitely going to need power lines to it. That's going to be another thing we have to worry about in a little bit. This also doesn't have a manual power thing. We should realistically only need one wheel. I know we have 2 pumps in here, which takes more than that, but having one will at least get a little bit of power going through. I wish there was a way to prioritize which transformers get power first, though. Looks like we're running low on duplicate labor. But I think that's just because these 2 dupes are down here running on these treadmills since somebody's not coming over to build the power line. I put that as a 9. They should stop doing other things and do this first. So that way we can at least get a battery in. They'll still have to run on it frequently, but not non-stop like they are currently. We don't need 3 mess rooms. So get rid of those 2. How are the Dreckos over here doing? They're doing alright. I don't think they're any closer to making Glossy Dreckos yet. They're about 3rd in probability on if we're going to get a Drecko or not, or Glossy Drecko. We are back to running through all of our metal power banks. This is actually full. We have 1, 2, 3 in there, 1 on the ground. There's 23 units in there. But there's 1 right here. Why is it not tracking that? If I moved up to 500, we should see more power banks go in there. It still says we only have 23 units, but there's 24 in that storage bin. I don't think we need any of them. Could use a crop tender now at this point since we're ranching Dreckos. We could use crop tender for the mealwood. We got the first science thing done, meaning that we can place in the Radwell generators. Yeah, we'll do it like this. That's how I usually do it. I was debating on if I should do it differently. And then... we'll go right here. With the building. If I cancel those 3 tiles, this is insulated. We just need power leading to that. That is 10 orders, so I think I need 3 orders of cobalt? I think. I'm not sure about that. When they're done this, we will get the thing for switching these to going directly to the materials study terminal. We could also do a little bit of automation. I think I can queue them together. I can. So we can make this tell them when to run, and then we can just put this on run forever. Now that we have these ranched, we have 3 eggs in here. I could look at every ranch and put an egg in each one of these. So I can move this to in here and this one to in here. This pip's probably going to die soon. Kind of. Why is it glum? Critter metabolism. 20%. But it could just eat the tree. We got the next research. So we needed the Radbolt reflector. That goes right there. Now we go back to research and we queue the steam turbine again. Says missing research, but that's because they haven't built it yet. Once they build it, we'll have enough. So with us having all these eco power banks in there, does that mean nobody has an eco power bank? You don't. You don't. And you do not. Dodderly does not. That's 4 out of the 5, so I need to find one more dupe. That's Willow. Here they are. And Wabi does not. But these have power banks in them. So we have an extra 4 power banks. Because we should have 20, that would be 4 for all 5 dupes. And then an extra 3 for the ones that are charging. So that's why we're always seeing 4 units of empty power banks. Anyway. I think it's funny they put salt on the battery. Still doing the cobalt. It looks like we're going to run out of battery power before we get this last cobalt done. Or maybe not. Now, if we look at cobalt, we have 100 extra kilograms, so we do have enough to finish all this. We just need to get enough duplicants that we can do that. Willow is very stressed. We need Willow to not be stressed and constantly on the massage table. At what point do I high prioritize doing these? Oh, we also have the extra cobalt for the automation. That will stop them from overproducing. Alright, I'm gonna tell them to high prioritize moving the water over. And then don't forget to empty it. This requires you to mop, but they can do that whenever. They don't have to do it right now. They're doing it right now. Weird. Alright, don't think we need to prioritize anything up there. So let's just raise the priority of building all this to a 6. All the automation is in, so these are now turned off. Oh, we need somebody who has the applied science research skill. That would have to be Sanyar. And they're a mechatronics engineer, which allows the use of the soldering station. We could give Sanyar another skill point for that extra booster slot, because we do want the research. And we need what for this? Applied science research. Applied science booster. I should probably put these on a 7 so that they at least get the rat bolts in there. I want to see how empty this got. There's apparently a lot of hydrogen right here. Huh. I do usually have one of these on the edges so that gas flows a little bit easier through our base. Then I guess we'll put one of them here. That can be done whenever. We are getting a little bit of power. I guess because somebody finally ran on this. Next activity, 30 cycles. But we are starting to get power back. I think once this gets the batteries full, it starts to fill in the next transformer. This is power bank's transformer. And it is charging. Kind of. It's more or less hovering around the same number. I think that's just going to happen over time. This SPOM will make a lot of our power supply. It'll make more than this is. We'll take the shine bugs. We are going to have to start moving these. Can I get the egg? Guess not. I do want to have a way for us to get rid of that brine. So if I bridge onto here and do this instead. We should be able to get rid of brine. Because this one will focus on doing brine only. And if I cancel that, I want to put one of these up here to get rid of any critter eggs that I sweep up. And then we're just gonna sweep up the eggs that are in here. This, brine, they should pick up the stuff. Applied science booster is ready, so let's go back into here and tell them to pick it up. And then I can go over here. Now we just need them to do this. They can get the uranium, so it's not like they can't do that already. We have 7 eco power banks. I'm thinking about moving stuff around a little bit here. We are going to move stuff around. If I move this to over here. This is the first step. We could also tell them to move this as well. This here with the bottle emptier here. And then we're gonna start moving all these over by one. Nope, we want that one. Hold on. Or do we? Don't want that. We do want this. So this is lime and salt. That's it. What I'm going to do is add extra automation to the crafting station. Or do I need to? Actually, I don't think I need to move this over. We need to move this stuff around, but I don't think we need to move this rock crusher at all. What I want is two storage bins on the right side. One of them's going to be the full eco power banks, and the other one's going to be the empty eco power banks. I then want to queue that into the crafting station, which I pretty much just wanted to move this over to the right side, I guess. No, because then we still want to move everything over one. Can I place this? No, I don't have enough. How much is it to place? $200. I know I can just deconstruct this and then place it back in to get the amount of cobalt that I need, but I'd rather have the cobalt for the other one that I need. So now if I place this in, this on the other end I have to deconstruct in order to place it back in. And you actually are going to need to be just moved up so that I can reach right here. This one won't be able to reach over there, so I'm going to have to move it over one. Wait for the autosave. My game just crashed. I think it got the autosave before it crashed. We are also over our stream time by almost 15 minutes now. Okay, so it was after I placed that in. We'll finish this up and get this automating this. We are gonna want, since they're not doing the radiation science right now for some reason, we're gonna want the AND gate. For the time being, let me do this, this, and get rid of the NOT gate. Which is freaking out. Then this can be deconstructed and moved over one, where it will go back to working. That should be set up correctly. They did sweep up this area mostly. That's above 222, it'll start vacuuming that out. We can put in the tiles here. This should make a gas lock later on. Curative tablets, we're gonna put in here. Because I think the medicine goes in here. Yes. And the brine cancel sweeping. Brine goes over here. It has no power. And I don't think I want someone running on that. That's not really important for us to do. Getting this taken care of is important, though. Alright, can I do something with polluted dirt that turns it back into sand? I can give it to poke shells, that's right. Other than that, no. We could turn it into coal. This needs to go there. Then we have a smart battery there. And I need it to go this way. And for right now, since I don't remember which way the automation on the AND gate is, we're going to just stop it right there. And we have the AND gate, never mind. So we get to see how this works. And it's going to work the way that I wanted it to work. So we go this way, we go in here and over there. Disconnect that. Alright. Empty eco power banks are in industrial product. We no longer want them in this one. This is now just for full power banks. We don't care how many's in there, we just want that in there. This should be in the storage bin. But we don't want that many there, so let's do 500 here. We want nothing from the pod. And I think we might be at the point where we can step back and come back in the next stream. Let's queue this back up and see if they start actually doing this. I don't think I need a specific skill to do the red bolts. They're on a 7 as well. For some reason they're not being done. Do I have this the wrong way? I do. I need a NOT gate. Well, that would explain why they're not doing the red bolts. Once they add this in, they'll start doing the red bolts. Then we can get the steam turbine. I'm gonna bring this down to 20 so that there's only one metal battery in there. Hopefully it'll still go off of the regular batteries, the eco power banks. What I'd like to do is make a way that they can't get hit by the rad bolts on here. I could make them come around and put a door here. I think I'll do that just to save them from getting hit by the rad bolts. I actually need this over one more in order for this idea to work, because I need to stop them from getting to it. I'm gonna stop them right there so that they run through the rat bolts that are in this. I don't know why I stopped making the doors there. We do need to move the knock gate over one. Why are we changing to iron? It was supposed to be cobalt that whole time. And this area is doing okay now. It looks like we're venting the heat out. We are. That's alright, I guess. Alright, we have an extra little bit of cobalt. Let's get back to having this being cobalt only. And we need that knock gate back in. This doesn't have any more rad bolts, so let's delete it and then move it over one. Now that thing at the top is going to be at the wrong spot. So what I'm going to do is not connect that in yet. We're going to deconstruct this door, place it... I really want it right there. So we could have left this knock gate where it was. No, we couldn't have. Why is somebody hurt? Oh, there's automation to the door. That's gonna open and say that someone can go past. Actually, we can do that anyway. We just won't let anyone go in or out. So now they have to go around. So someone should be doing this. The eco power bank. They're choosing to do other things instead. This is still dormant for another 23 cycles, so we're not going to have any hydrogen for a while. They can come around the long way to get into the material studies terminal, or they can dig this one thing of mafic rock and then go through. We also have a Glossy Dreckos egg. So we can remove this and switch it out for the eggs we actually want. We're getting closer. We apparently did not move an egg to here. We have another egg, so let's move that down to this ranch. We have more eggs up here. So if we do all of these relocations, we should have a pip in every one of these, and they will slowly increase in numbers. Oh, this needs to be a knock gate. Wait a minute. We're gonna have to look at that automation later on. Okay, we're a little bit over halfway. We're at 12 out of 20 science done there. We are gonna call it here. So I don't think there's anything else that we need set up before we come back. We are going to come back to people being in critical condition without having enough batteries, but that can be fixed over time. They did move all of the eggs, so there will be a pip in each one of these, including the one that we had a little pip in, which apparently grew up already. Yeah, it was this one right here. That's age 5. So let's take our screenshot. And when we come back, we're going to finish this small SPOM, which we really just have to put the transformers and the natural gas generators. We also have to fill this with hydrogen and get this all situated. I didn't forget about the prediction. Thank you for the reminder, though. So this is going to be 2 floors. We are going to get relatively close to this cool steam vent. Another thing I have to worry about is keeping this cool. So we're going to need that steam turbine for up here and for the spawn. We could also use it for the salt water like we did on our main asteroid. We could cool the salt water before using it. But I think once we have hydrogen, we'll be fine either way. So let's do the prediction. We have 10 points in tops, 10 points in decorations, and 30 points in wallpaper. And it is a pair of tops. So whoever put those 10 points in tops has won an additional 40. Who was it? Somebody I don't know. So congratulations. I won't dox you since you haven't said hi. But congratulations on getting those points. Alright, we did our prediction. We did our screenshot. Let's do a hard save. I also, before we do that, I want to check this reservoir and make sure it's just hydrogen. We can now send that back into our generators, or we can send it over here and preload that. I think we're going to send it over here to preload that. So let's do hard save, because I don't remember if we did that already. Then we're going to do save and quit, and go into our rayout scene, and see who we're going to rayout to. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays from 10 AM to 2 PM EST.